morning, everybody, and welcome back to Darvanalee Designs Studio. For those that don't know, my name's Nicole Reed, and today we're here to do some craft productivity sprints. So what does that exactly mean? That means that we're going to get some stuff done. So basically what will happen is, for those that are new here and don't exactly know what sprints are, I've sort of borrowed this from the booktube community, where I'm actually working on my crafting projects that I have, which are many, and seem to be breeding, because I no sooner think that I'm making a dent in them and I find more. So yeah, I obviously have an issue with finishing, but no, it's because I used to teach a lot of classes and stuff like that. So I've got a lot of stuff, and I also do tutorials, as you know, here on Darvanalee Designs. So we're going to be doing 15 minutes of chatting. And basically, we go quiet at the 40 when we do 45 minutes of sprints. I'll move my camera down. You'll be able to see what I'm working on and all the things. And yeah, so let us know what you're going to be working on today. And obviously, we'll keep repeating that until I go, you know what, I can't craft anymore. It's generally, we do about 3, maybe 4 sprints, so we'll be spending about 4 hours together today. So I encourage you to go and grab, whether it's a diamond painting, coloring in, journaling, whatever you feel the need to do today, go and grab that. If you like to do journaling, it's a great opportunity to do that as well and catch up. And we do this once a week here on Darvanalee Designs at this time each week. I was going to just do it sporadically and all that sort of stuff, but I am making such a great dent in my works in progress that I want to keep doing it. So I've got some stuff out that we're going to talk about today that we've talked about in the last couple of weeks. I have my heart quilt cut and ready to go. Like, I've put all the rows together. I have the sashing now. So we're at the construction side of it. And I've also got another project down here that I want to get some done, because I don't think it's going to take me too long to put the sashing on. I'm not going to worry about pressing it as I go. I'll do that another time, because I'll set up my big table and press that, because it's quite a large a large quilt. So there's that. Yeah, so what has everybody been up to this week? Like, I know that I've seen probably a lot of you. I've just seen some of the comments come up. I've only seen you a few hours ago over on Coders and also on my booktube channel. So yeah, well, more than a few hours, about 8 hours ago or so. Let me know what you're going to be working on. As I said, whether it's diamond painting, journaling, cross-stitching, whatever the case may be. And then if you're reading as well, I will be listening to an audiobook today while I'll be crafting. I like to do that. Sometimes I listen to podcasts as well. Of course, my neighbours now decide that it's a great time to start hammering. We've had doof music since 6 o'clock this morning, and the next door neighbours are doing some work. So I am listening to Haunting Charlie. This was on Goodreads. It said it was a horror. It is not a horror. It's paranormal, but it's not a horror. Or maybe I just don't scare easily. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it might be scary for other people. But do let me know what you're working on in the comments and what you'll be listening to, because we obviously listen to our books when we're doing our crafting. Let's have a look and see who is here today and say hello. Oh, hello, Niva. How are you? How is everything going in your neck of the woods? Are you getting any diamond painting done or anything like that? Let me know. Melissa has also joined us as well. Hello. Are you working on any craft today, or are you just going to settle in and do some reading? Alicia is also here as well. Hello, hello. Hello, Christina. How are you? I know you're super excited for these crafting sprints. You have been singing the praises for these crafting sprints, and I'm so glad that you're enjoying them. So just about supper time, but I am working on my squares again today. Remember to write all the things down last week. So sharing some love with the like button. And on that note, be sure to hit that like button as well. And if you're in the background lurking and you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel, and then you can join in on the conversation as well. Everybody's saying hello to one another. Melissa is going to be crocheting a blanket today. Nice. Is it a genre blanket or just a blanket in general? Christina is very excited. Yay, weekly crafting time. I'm really enjoying it. I'm so glad that you are as well. Like it's always a little bit how you go when you go to do something outside the box and on a pretty established channel. And but I'm really enjoying it. It's just I know that on Thursdays I don't necessarily have to read. I can just do all the crafting if I want to, but it's a nice relaxing morning, especially after a 10-hour live stream, which turned into, I think it was like 12 hours in the end because I went over to Coda's last night. So and then the cat woke me up again at 4 o'clock this morning. And it was just like, seriously, leave me alone to sleep. So I need to find a spot for her because I can't sleep with my door closed. And so she comes in and she wants to play at 4 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock in the morning. The other on early Wednesday morning, she jumped up on me while I was so asleep. And it took me hours to get back to sleep again. My heart was racing. What scares you when a cat jumps on you, especially when you're asleep? Hello, Vanessa. How are you? I seen your short today. I forgot to leave a comment though, but I did see your short today. I've still got some of your videos to watch as well. Reading with Neva is a work. I'm at work at the moment. Going to try and finish Funny Story since I'm almost done, and it's definitely going to be a 6-star book. Sadly, I can't diamond paint at work. Well, that's just rude. You need to work that into a contract. I need an hour's downtime so I can do my crafting and all the rest of it. But we have a big sprint tomorrow night for you, so we'll be able to do some crafting then. I'm probably going to bust out the diamond painting tomorrow as well. I've got a few things that I've got to do first up, but we've got to be talking about Harry Potter over at Dusty Book Sniffers and also Reading Whenever as well. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of your diamond painting as well. Vanessa is going to be working on a diamond painting today and listening to and hopefully finish Burned by Greta Rose West. Awesome. Everybody's saying hello. I've had a hard time finding motivation to diamond paint, which is crazy because I love it. Do you ever feel like that? Yes, I do. Hence why I have so many projects on the go across all boards right now. And it varies too because I'm a multi-crafter, which if you hang around here for a while, you'll see that I do a lot of stuff. But basically, I find that I go through fids and fads. And at the moment it's my cross stitch that's taking a hit. I've lost my stitchy bug, so I'm just doing a stitch with me each week and working on one project, and I'm not worrying about it. So sometimes when I get into a bit of a rut, especially with like diamond painting or any craft, I sort of just take a step back and maybe think about other things to do. Like I'll go and watch a TV series or something like that, and then slowly but surely as I'm doing that TV series, I might just bring out the diamond painting every now and again. And I found too that looking at a diamond painting, especially if it's a big one, I can get quite discouraged. So now, and I'm pretty sure Neva does this as well. Well, I know that Neva does block out hers with release papers. I have now taken some of my diamond paintings and I have cut the plastic cover on it into little sections, and I just do that little section. And then I walk away from it. So I'm just doing a little bit at a time, but I'm not honing in on it and getting hyper fixated on it, because as crafters, I think that's what happens. We become hyper fixated on something and our mind needs to have a break from that. So that's when we lose our motivation. So, I mean, this is just my theory. I'm probably completely wrong, but this is how I feel when I think about it and what comes to mind. So I figured if I do it in little bits and bite-sized pieces, I'm going to get a lot more done. Now, if you've ever watched Neva diamond painting, you'll see her release papers. They're you can't see through them. And so you're also not seeing what's coming next. So you're not going to get discouraged. And I find that if you're doing a lot of block coloring, which I actually have one go up just yesterday, a diamond paint with me, and you can see the little bits that I'm doing. They take about 30 minutes because that's in real time, those videos. There's nothing cut out of those generally. They're just a whip and chat. And it's about 30 minutes to 40 minutes, depending how many color changes I have. But you can see from the one that I put up yesterday, which I think is episode 40, I just doing a little chunk, and it's a lot of color blocking, and I find that color blocking can really put like it can stymie your motivation to do it. So that would be my suggestion. Just take little bites out of it. Do maybe 30 minutes, set a timer. Maybe use this each week to do some instead of doing it every day. Just come here on a Thursday morning or a Wednesday evening if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, and and spend a little bit of time and get to do a little bit of chit-chatting, do 45 minutes, and then before you know it, you'll get it done. And you might find that little diamond painting bug will come back as well. I like to do coloring and stuff as well when I'm not feeling it. Like, I still like to do things with my hands. Last year, was it last year or the year before? The year before, I really lost my mojo for diamond painting, and so I started journaling, doing a reading journal and all that sort of stuff. And then when that sort of started to wane, I went back to diamond painting, and it just gave me that bit of break because I was doing a lot of it. So yeah, that would be my suggestion. Hello to everybody. My voice is very croaky today. Good morning from Brackers Marsh. Hello, how are you? Thank you for joining. I appreciate you being here. I'll use my lunch break to work on my reading journal. Nice. Yeah, because it's almost lunch for you. Monica's in New Zealand. Hello to Christina. Hello, hello. Just a blanket, not a genre blanket. A lot of bookish people do genre blankets, so that's why I thought I'd ask. My boys even know it's my time. That is awesome. We all need that time. So yeah, I mean, I just turned it into a job. So I always have that time on that. And I've got a dedicated space, which is good. So if I need to break from crafting, I can walk into the house and it's not everywhere. Oh, exciting news. I got a shipping notice this morning. My diamond painting table is coming. Speaking of in the house, because I'm actually doing a dedicated section to diamond painting because it's taken up a lot of room down this end of my studio. Like, I've got a cupboard full of them, and I've got this room that everybody just dumps stuff in it, and I'm over it. So I'm taking all the dump stuff out of it and getting rid of it. And and so then I will be able to there's a cupboard there that I'm going to use in the kitchen temporarily. So I've got to get rid of an old dishwasher, and I'm just going to sit it there, and that'll be a temporary fix for like dishcloths and all that sort of stuff, because I want to fix up underneath the sink. So I'm going to temporarily use that there. But I'm so excited. So it should be here by either tomorrow. No, it was the 1st. So that's Saturday. So it'll either be here Monday or Tuesday, because I live regional. I don't get stuff on the weekend. The courier companies don't work. So yeah. I will be adding to your watch list again tomorrow. Great. Thanks. I'm always looking for something to watch. Unfortunately, I can't watch everything because I'd get nothing done. So, yeah, actually, I wonder if I could get away with my paint gems, since I have a girl who brings her crochet. You probably could, because they're the little ones, right? You probably could. That, especially if you're on break or something like that, or there's not much going on. So, yeah. I'm going to edit a video while sprinting and do diamond painting while you talk. Nice. And that's a good way of doing it. You can really mix it up and get everything that you need to get done. So yeah, I'm very indecisive on your sprints. It's all good. It's all good. First time today. Hello, Sharon. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you being here. I'm off work in a short while, and I'm working on an I Spy quilt after that. Nice. Diamond painting's arriving on Friday. Awesome. A great advice. Thank you. I think Wednesday afternoons will be diamond painting days. Today, I'm probably going to read as I'm already reclined and comfortable on my couch. That's fair. That is fair. Kick back, relax, take the time, and then just book it in for next week. If you do like if you're into doing to-do lists or journaling your week and all that sort of stuff, make sure that you put it in. It's at the same time every week. So unless, of course, something comes up or whatever, but I'll put a notice on the community board. And if you've got set to all notifications, you should be able to see that. And, of course, I will also put it in the crafty section of the Discord as well. So, yeah, I Spy Quilt sounds fun. They are a lot of fun. They are paint gems different from diamond paintings. They're essentially a diamond painting, but they're just a little tiny like square, and they're just a single little picture on them. So yeah, Out of curiosity, how big are the massive ones you and Neva do? Okay, for me, I'm just trying to think. The biggest one I have done thus far, I think, was 30 inches by 24 inches, I want to say, or 28 inches. So that's pretty big. Like, it's movie poster size is the biggest one that I've done. They're just over there. I'll grab it for you and I'll show you. They're pretty big. Just a moment. There's just someone at the door. I've just got to sign for something. I'll be back in just a second. Sorry about that. All right, back. Guess what just arrived? Speak it and it will appear. My diamond painting table just arrived. So when I say it's a diamond painting table, it is actually a architect's or drafting table, and it tilts, so I can basically have a large diamond painting, and you'll see why I got it in just a second, on the table, and that way it so that's one painting, and I don't even think that's my biggest one. Oh, these aren't it. These aren't the ones I've done. No, this one here. This one here is a I picked up the wrong thing. So this here is my biggest one I have. So it's a heaven and earth. So yeah, that one is huge, and that's why I got this table. So and I've got two of them in there. And they're squares, so they're going to take me a while to do. These are my done ones. Again, you can see that they're quite large. So this one is a round. So it's my Halloween one. And I just keep them rolled up until I'm ready to frame them. And then you've probably seen this one. This was one of the ones that gave me the repetitive strain injury, because I was doing it all the time. So there's that one. And they do curl up and all that sort of stuff, but when I go to frame them, they will be a lot better. Like, they'll sit a lot more flat. And so they're all that size. Let me just get this one up here. Chuck the wrong one away. The problems of having a camera that doesn't follow you. And this is my other big one. So this one here is my biggest one, I think, out of the ones that I've done. And I'm pretty sure, does it have what size it is? It doesn't actually. This one's 24 by 32 inches. So there's that one there. So these type of ones that I've got here, the one with the pumpkin and this one is by Jasmine Beckett-Griffith. This one's called Frost Dragonling. And this one is from the company called Craftably, and that's where the container come from. That's what it came in, so that's how I know it'll fit in there. And it just keeps it all neat and tidy for me. And as you've seen, I've got 3 in there. Stay. So yeah, they're pretty big, and most of my big ones are all around that size. So they're all around the 24 to 30. I like poster size because you get more detail. I also have a Christmas one, which is way over there. I won't go and get that. I've got stuff in the way at the moment. So yeah, they're big and they take time, and I just do a little bit at a time. And yeah, and that's why I got the architect table, because I can clamp them at the top and I can just work my way up, and then I can just roll it down the bottom and clamp it as I'm working up and like unrolling it and stuff like that. So yeah, and I've got a dedicated space to it. So yeah, but it's bigger than I thought. So it was only I found one for $159, but I had it in my cart and I was going to, but then it said that it wasn't shipping to my area anymore. So I ended up having to pay an extra $80 for it, but it was well worth it. It's got drawers in it. It's got all the things. And once I'm going to film setting it up, so you'll get to see that. It'll be behind the scenes content. But you will get to see snippets of it. You won't get to see the whole video because that will be for my Patreon. And I generally don't show anything in my house for public and whatnot, because I don't know, I just feel weird about it. Yay mail, I know, right? The biggest I've done is also poster size Vanessa. I think my Hannah Lynn was the biggest, but I've done a couple of poster size ones. I feel like you've done about 3 or 4 now. An architect table sounds nice. Yes, it's real. Well, the picture looks really good. We'll see when I open it and start assembling and all the rest of it. I'm going to leave it in their container for a bit in the box, because I've still got to move some stuff around. And Nerily said that she's home on the weekend, so she'll be able to help me. Savannah was supposed to be coming up, but she's got she's going to stay down and do all her assignments, because she comes home and she doesn't do assignments. She wants to go out and do things with me and whatnot. So yeah, there's a bit of that. A table that comes in a tube? No. No, it's not a table in a tube. That's in a box. The tube I picked up was the wrong one. So I meant diamond painting. Sorry about that. A bit confusing. I'm trying to see what size to order. Well, I would suggest for your first big one, probably go round drills. If you're okay with squares, the squares look phenomenal. Those big ones that I showed, the first lot, they are Heaven and Earth designs, and they're huge. There's 90 colors in one of them. Yeah, 90 colors. So yeah, that's going to take me a while, and that's why I got this architect desk or drafting table, because it's got a place that I can sit all my tools. I've also got a cupboard in that room that I can put all of my small stuff in, and then I've got a bookshelf that I'm going to leave in there as well, that I'll be able to put all of the big Diamond Art Club ones on, so I'll be able to see what I've got at a glance and all that sort of stuff. So I'm just here down this end, it's too cramped. I can't see what I've got, which is very, very frustrating indeed. So yeah, those are so cool. Yeah, they are cool. I like doing diamond painting. All right, so I'm going to be working on my quilt today. So if you were here last week, you know that I'm doing a heart quilt. So I have all of the rows sewn together. I also have the rows that have the hexagon, the pinwheels on as well, and they're all matched up to size. So now all I need to do is put the sashing in between. So I've cut that earlier. I've got my iron here and whatnot, so that's good. The other thing that I'm going to put all the bits and pieces for my tubes back there. The other thing that I was going to look at today too, I'm going to have a bit of a read, is a sock loom. I want to make some socks, so I'm going to see how this works. I'm going to do a little bit of investigating at some stage. I've had this for a while, and I forgot it was in the back of the cupboard, and I was in the cupboard that I needed to get in behind that big tower, and I'm like, oh, I'll pull you out so I can have a look. And then I pulled out some wool today as well. I'm going to, like, this has got a beanie pattern on it. I'm not a beanie wearer. So I'm thinking that I might make a scarf or a cowl with this one, and same as this. So I've got these two. So I've pulled them out, and I'm not sure whether I'm going to knit or whether I'm going to crochet. There's that. So I pulled them out to have a look at those and see what patterns I can find. So I'm going to sort of check out a bit later, because I've also got Patreon sprints. Patreon live stream tonight at 6 p.m. So I thought I might pull that, see if I can't get some patterns. I love having a big bench up there so I can just throw things. Lucky it's only wool, right? I won't throw that though. And I pulled out my books as well. So I thought I showed this one, which is just got 500 classic and original patterns in it for crochet. So I've got that. So I'm going to have a bit of a play with that. But I also pulled out this one as well. This one's got 400 knitting stitches in it. So each one, as you can see, it gives you instructions on how to do it. And they're all little 10 centimeter ones. So for the things, for the little squares. So I thought, you know what? It's time that I stop dreaming and start doing. It's got all your symbols and everything, so I can easily read it and whatnot. I've had this for so long. So I thought, you know what? I'm pulling them out and I'm just going to have them there. I've also been thinking more about the colors that I want to do on one of the quilts that I've done with embroidery. And I was having a look at some embroidery books that I have here with little patterns and that. And I think I found the patterns that I'm going to use. There's going to be little motifs of flowers and little garden scenes and all that sort of stuff. So it's going to take me a while to do. And then while I was hunting around, I also found this as well. And this actually has some nice stuff in it. So I'm going to give it a go at like making some garments. I don't know how well I'm going to go. That's the front of it. I mean, I'll probably never wear it, but I'd at least like to. It looks pretty, like it just looks like chaining, to be honest. Like, there's also some gloves in here that I would like to tackle. I don't know about that. That's a terrible color, but I like the style of it. It's pretty simple. So yeah, there's a few things in here that I'd like. There's a textured cushion. And I wouldn't mind to do this chevron. There's a better picture of it. There we go. That chevron pattern. I've never done anything like that. So I'm thinking that I'm going to be doing a little bit of crochet. And of course I've got, you know, your typical granny squares. I'd also like to do that as well. I actually really like those colors for autumn. So next time I'm down Spotlight, I don't have those colors here. I do have a brown. I do have a green, but it's a little bit of a brighter green. I don't have any cream. I've got white. So yeah, so I've got to go for a little bit of a visit down to Spotlight and get those colors because I'd really like to make that. Because it's got the cushion and the throw, and then there's this scarf. So I'm thinking I might do that as well. So yeah. I've got white, I've got grey, I've got brown. I just don't have the coffee color, the espresso color, but that's okay. But yeah, I thought, yeah, I'll have a bit of a look through that and see what I can do. There's a couple of scarf patterns in here as well. There's a belt pattern, which actually looks like macrame. Yeah, there's a couple of scarf patterns and all that sort of stuff. So I want to have a little bit of a more of an investigation into that and see how I go. And you'll have to keep an eye out and keep me on track because yeah, I'm terrible for starting stuff and not continuing with it. The biggest one I've completed was Island Barbie and measures 56 by 74 centimeters, which is 22.4 by 29.6 inches. Is that right? Also on Babe is no longer available to purchase. Yeah. Is that the one that was orange, like looked orange? Alicia's saying, I watched your whip and chat and I feel the same way about squares. I need to do a little square section, then switch to, yeah, and then switch. They are so pretty. They are. I've made a few with ripple stitch ones. I need to find a way to get pics of them. They are not here. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I would like to see them for sure. When you do get pictures of them, let me know. All right, we're going to go to a sprint. Let me bring up the camera so you can see there that for those that have never been to a sprint before, crafty sprint, the microphone is going to get muted, so you won't hear anything that's going on. I'm going to turn the camera down. You'll see what I'm doing. We'll do that for 45 minutes. Then we'll come back and we'll chit chat and see how we all went and all that sort of stuff. All right, so I will see you all in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting, everyone. All right, we're back. How did everybody go during that sprint? As you've seen, I got 2 rows together and I'm putting on a second sashing. It's going to be huge. It's going to be a wrestle. And I've got limited space. So, yeah, and my book is going really good. I can see why it was labeled horror, because this would probably creep some people out, because we've got a let me just put that out of the way so I'm not wrapped around in it. There we go. That's better. It's a little bit high. Let me just pop that there, and we'll go back to this one. Where are we? Here. There we go. There we go. That's better. Yeah, so the book, I can see why it's labeled horror, because this would probably freak some people out. So the main character is, she's denied who she is, but she can actually, she dreams things that are going to happen and all that sort of stuff. And so basically she sees all these apparitions and all that sort of stuff, and she's trying to help some girls. You go to the light or whatever the case may be, but there's a guy that's collecting them, and he's also an apparition, so it's all very ghostly. But it's not, for me, it's not scary, so it is what it is. So yeah. Where are we up to? Let's have a look. Let me know how you went, what you worked on, what you got finished. Did you make progress or anything like that? I had a bit of a sneezing fit before, all the dust coming off the like the threads and all that sort of stuff, and the wadding. So yeah. Where were we up to? Those are so pretty. I think that's where we're up to. I made this here this is where we're up to, except the one I made my son is red, white, and green. Nice. But you can't see the ripple very well because it's a variegated yarn. That's fair enough. Yeah. I think if I do it, I'm going to actually just use like single color and not variegated. I like the variegated yarns and that, but to get that effect, you really just need to use a single yarn, really. So yeah, I'm pretty keen to open up my desk and see what it looks like. I probably should open it and make sure that it's okay on that. Yeah, that's the one with her skin was supposed to be brown, and it was in fact red orange. It's still up on my Instagram, and people want to see it. Awesome. Yeah, so if you go over to Neva's Instagram, you'll be able to see it there, which will be pretty cool. Thank you, Alicia, for watching. There will be more whip and chats coming soon. I miss them. Awesome. I put out 2 this week because I put out my diamond painting in the wrong order. So Patreon didn't get a preview of one. And I was obviously, don't do things half asleep because you'll put them in the wrong order, even though they're numbered. And you looked at it like 3 times. So yeah. But anyway, there was 2 that went out this week. Better late than ever. Hello, Maxine. How are you? Susan is also here as well. Happy to catch you live. I'm working on a quilt for my daughter. I was supposed to be to get it for Christmas, but it wasn't quilted in time. I'm a beginner at free motion and kept procrastinating. So hopefully you've got it done now. Yeah, you just get in there and have a go, you know what, and your daughter's going to love it because you made it for her, and, you know, you've got to start somewhere. You know, you should never, ever let things scare you or anything like that. You just get in, just get in and have a go. And I understand your trepidation of doing it because you've put all this time and energy into it and all that sort of stuff, but yeah. You've just got to make a start on it. Nicole always says, just have a wonderful time doing it. No one that loves you will ever say that it's crap. It's supposed to be fun. That's it. I do say that. Thank you, Maxine. You know, we all have to start somewhere. So, yeah. Yes, and this is a problem when you are a chronic over a thinker, but I'm getting better. I'm about quarters of the way done, and I'm very pleased with how it's coming out. It is fun once I got going. That's awesome. I'm so glad that you ended up having a go, because sometimes our own fear is our biggest hurdle to get over in everything in life. Like, and especially if you're a perfectionist, it can really hinder your enjoyment and all that sort of stuff. And being someone that's taught in this industry, I often see how debilitating perfectionism can actually be for a person. And I always encourage people, as Maxine said, just get in, have a go, have some fun. You know, people that love you aren't going to they're going to say it's nice and all the rest of it. Like, and I'm my own worst critic as well, as we all are. And I even make things and go, oh God, that's just so terrible. And then someone that can't do it sees it and is just in awe by it. You know, like, you have to think that there are actually people out there that can't actually do what we do. And so, yeah, always get in, have a go, don't be scared. What's the worst they can do? It goes into the back of a cupboard and you only use it. Like, I've got a few quilts like that. I don't know actually where they are. I think Savannah's actually taken them. Savannah's taken my first one, and I look at my very first quilt, and I did that on a long arm machine where I was doing the class, and that's how I got the job there, and that's how I ended up in quilting. And no one told me that it was hard. Like that, and I took a leaf out of that, like out of that person's the boss didn't tell me that I couldn't do it. It didn't tell me that it was hard. And I had done the class in her shop and all that sort of stuff. And then I was being a smart aleck and said, can I use your long arm machine to quilt it? And she said, yeah, all right. But she had a different thought about it, because she had been with me for like 12 weeks. We'd done that quilt over 12 or 13 weeks. And she wanted to see if I could do it. And she goes, oh, what are you going to use as thread and all the rest of it? I said, well, I don't want to actually see the thread, so I want to use invisible thread. And I used invisible thread top and bottom on a long arm machine, which was not a long arm machine. It was I didn't know at the time. It was a mid machine. So it had like a normal sewing machine that had been retrofitted to use a Q-bot on it. I didn't free motion with that one. She wanted to see how I went with the Q-bot, so I used the Q-bot, and it was a FAF machine that had a bit of a bigger throat space. I think it had 10 or 12 inches for the throat space. It wasn't, but it was just a normal straight stitching sewing machine. And yeah, no one told me it was hard, and so I just got in there. So I've always used that philosophy. It's not hard. You just need to have a go and don't worry about it. Like, just, yeah, don't try and let go of your perfectionism. And it's harder for others than it is for, it's easy for some and harder for others. And basically, I've worked with a lot of people. There was one lady that used to come to my classes, and she'd get nothing done in class. She'd be like, she'd sew something, she'd rip it out. She'd sew something, she'd rip it out. And basically, I ended up putting a rule on her. I said, yeah, I'm happy for you to unpick it, but if you haven't got it right by the third time, then you have to move on to adding the next piece to the block. And I did that with her for nearly 12 months. And by the time we got to the end of the 12 months, she was just sewing things together and was okay. I gave her different techniques of pinning and all that sort of stuff, because there are different techniques that you can use to get a better finish and all that sort of stuff. And then she also quilted it herself, and I'm like, this is never going to happen. And I just said to her, remember, if you unpick it 3 times, after that, the fourth go, you have to do it. And so that's what she did. And she managed to finish her quilt, which was absolutely amazing. And now she just she doesn't care. She just gets in and has a go, and is enjoying her craft. Like, she was almost on the verge of crying every lesson. Not because I couldn't teach her, because of her own perfectionism. And there was only one person that I haven't been able to get out of there being a perfectionist when it comes to quilting. And subsequently, they stopped coming to classes and they stopped doing it. And whenever I see them, they always say they're so disappointed in themselves, but they just couldn't get over the fact that they needed everything to be absolutely perfect. And as I say, you're taking a piece of fabric and you're cutting it into tiny little pieces and you're sewing it back together. This is not going to go back. exactly how it was. And a lot of time the light, you see, it's almost like you see the light bulb over someone's head going, oh yeah. That's so true. Finished a row and started another halfway done with that one, and start reading next sprint. Awesome. Finish editing my video for TAR. Excellent. For anybody that wants to know, that's the amazing readathon. There's a big readathon happening in June. I have made the executive decision that I'm not doing a TBR. I have a pile of possibilities, and it should be a pile of maybes. Like, I'm just speculating. So I just decided that I'm going to vlog every book that I read, and I'm going to go with that instead. So yeah. I'm going to do a second round of edits where I add the music and graphics. Nice. When we finish supper, then I looked at the small square from 2 weeks ago, started it over and finished 4 of the 10 rows on it. Awesome. Yeah, that was because you didn't know what needle, the hook, sorry, that you were using. Is that right? That was the one. I've been reading Nursing Homes and Murder by Mark Belfair in print while crocheting hats. Nice. And almost done with this one. Trying to use the scrap wool blends before the moths eat them. Yeah, that is also a big problem as well. I just realized I did not post the red, white, and green blanket. Oh, didn't you? No, you did not. I don't remember seeing it. You'll have to post it on Instagram or somewhere so we can see it. Tag me. It's a pretty awesome quilt, which is why I didn't want to mess up the quilting, and my daughter loves it. See? So what sort of quilting are you doing on it? Like, are you doing stipple? Are you doing a specific design? And there's so many tools now to help us as well. So yeah, which makes it a lot easier to do and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, still not sure if I have the right hook, but it is close enough. Close enough is good enough, right? Especially with crochet, because you can sort of stretch it. You might just have one little square that just looks a little bit skew. I've got my daisy crochet on my. Let's see if I'm long enough. Oh, the hell of that, long enough. I've put my mine up on the board, and see, you can see this was the first one. See how ripply it is. So I don't know if I'm going to use that or not, but the rest are looking pretty good. This one here, the top one, is my favorite. So I might actually do a little bit of that this weekend. Oh no, I can't. I got to do cross stitch. I got to get a chart finished for the magazine, which comes out on the 20th. So yeah, so I think they look good. This here I made a little bit different. It's supposed to have 2 rounds of yellow, but I didn't want a lot of yellow. I wanted more white. I like the white better to be a bit bigger, because there was more yellow, which meant that yeah, it just, I don't know, they were a little bit bigger, and I wanted them a little bit smaller. So that's why I left one round out, which it still works out the same. I think it's very cute. And there's, like, you can see that one is where I'm at. That's got the right tension and all that sort of stuff. So I've never used a blocking board before. So I got this off AliExpress. I got it on special, but when I went back and looked, at these, are all at $30 now. When I got mine, I only paid $15 and free postage. So yeah, so basically as I said, I've never used a blocking board before, but I'm pretty happy with how, like, that's just sat on there and it's just set off to the side, and you can see that it's makes it heaps easier. Like, so yeah, that's the right way there. There we go. So I'm sure that I'm going to put things the wrong way and all that sort of stuff. And this was just, I just used the same color, similar colors to what the YouTube video said, but I used a different ply than they did because I wanted it smaller. I didn't want it chunky because they used a chunky wool, and it looks absolutely fabulous. And I probably will do another one with the chunky wool, but at the time when I went to go and buy it, I couldn't get it. So yeah, but I'm pretty happy with my little blocking board, and it came with like, and yeah, there's heaps in here. I could probably just take these out. I just wanted to make sure I had enough. And I think you can actually get spare parts, but I'm just going to keep an eye out and see if I can't get a couple more of these. Yeah, worst case scenario is I'll ask my husband to make me one. So yeah, all right. We've got to the oh no, we haven't. That's gone and jumped. There we go. Well, let's get to the bottom of the comments. I just shared it. Awesome. I will have a look. That's my kind of approach. I'll look at it at the sightseeing prompts soon, but I just get an idea of what book I want on hand for the first week. Yeah. I'm just watching the chat over in the Discord and how people are just getting super stressed about it. Like, not everybody, but some people are just like overthinking it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm good. Just not. I'm just not overthinking it at all. I'm just going to focus on my NetGalley arcs and what I've got on my Audible, and that's it. I'm evidently not going to read anything with my eyeballs. I might. I never know. You never know. I've got a couple of little novellas there. I might bust them out and see how I go on my Kindle. So yeah, boyfriend came to work, saw me at work. Otherwise, I've just been working. No reading done yet. Oh no. It's a bit hard to craft at work, isn't it? It's a pixelated skull with 2-inch squares that added applique flowers, so it's more like a sugar skull. I'm quilting it with 3-motion bubbly flowers on YouTube and outlining the applique flowers. Nice. Tag me. You're on Insta, right? When you post it, tag me so I can have a look. I'm pretty slack when it comes to... But if you tag me, I'll see the tag and I'll come and have a look and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, because I follow a lot of people, and so you don't always get to see everything that, you know, because the algorithm and stuff like that. And I sort of have gone off Instagram because it used to be a lot of like photos and stuff like that. Now it's just like, it seems to be a lot. Like, I'm okay with it over on my booktube, but on my craft, it just seems to be like a lot of reels and stuff, and it's just like, I really don't care for your dancing. I like watching the craft ones and all the rest of it. I'm such a nice person. Don't care for your dancing or your singing. There's a few people that I watch and whatnot, but yeah, on the craft one, I just want to see your crafty pictures. I don't care if you're dancing. Hello, Jean. How you going? I'm going to try and darn a knitted baby blanket today. Nice. Can I see what was wavy? Oh, that's just my attention. So that is the I've finally got the tension, because this is the first time I've done something like this. So I finally got the tension right. And this one's okay. It's a little bit wonky, but it's okay. This one, I don't know. This one was using the right hook size that the person said to use, but I didn't like it, and I went from a 4.5 down to went from a 5 down to a 4, and I like the look of the 4 better. So you can see it looks a lot neater, whereas the 5, and I don't know, I think it just got crushed. I don't know if I've added an extra one, or maybe I've added 1 2 3 1 2 3. I don't know what I've done, but anyway, this one's a little bit wavy. This was the first one I did, and that's with a 5 hook, and I don't like it. Then my tension got a little bit better with the 5 hook, but I still don't like it. And then, of course, that's like the first 3 I did were with the 5 hook. You can see the difference. Like, I think the 4 looks better. It's more visually appealing to me. So yeah, I just think it looks, it feels nicer. It looks better. All that sort of stuff. And the one that is wavy, I unpicked this one so many times, so it could be just that the yarn is a little bit looser, like I haven't got the tension right. It doesn't, like, I've double checked, it definitely doesn't have an extra stitch in it. Everything's got the 3. That's got the 6, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. No, that's all got the 3. There's the right amount in it. And even at the top, there's the right amount. I think it was just that I had unspooled it so much that the yarn was just by that stage. But I'm keeping them because that's my journey, right? But yeah, you can see that looks so much better with the 4. So that's what I'm going to go with. But you know, like, it's been a while. It's been a hot minute since I've done any on this year. So I really need to think about doing some more of this. And like, it's going in a blanket, so overall you're not going to actually see it, and that, because when I put it on the block, like, it's only got a little bit of a wave, and I'll be able to sort of fix that up when I stitch them together. These, like, I don't know if I'm getting, like, that one I probably won't use because that is so much bigger, like, because it's with the 5 and the tension's really loose as well on that one that's got the real wave as well. So, and it was also screwed up in the bottom of my bag. So yeah, like, I'll probably put them like right on the edge. But this I was going to make for Mia, and I decided that I'm actually going to use this in the library because the library actually has like a not forest green. It's got a nice green, dark green wall, and then we've got a real pale, like, it's a white with a green undertone in it to match the wall, and then we're going to have a black couch in there, and I've got a black single seater, and I think that this will go nice. It will just yeah, it'll just have a little pop of color, and then with all the books and all that sort of stuff and whatnot. So yeah. All right, let me see. Hello to Jean. Hello, Jean. It looks much denser. Yeah, you have better tension with the 4. Yeah, I do. But in saying that too, like, I haven't done it in a while, so I'm a little bit scared. It looks like you have an extra stitch. Yeah, I just counted. They're all I don't know. Hook size really depends on your tension. You can go up or down as needed to get the right gauge. Yeah, and I think that's the problem, that I pulled it out heaps, and then the yarn was like, because it's acrylic yarn too, so it gets that after you've pulled it out a couple of times. So yeah. I think the 4 is better too. Your yarn could have be on your yarn could be on strike. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I'm a beginner crochet. Okay, that's about all I've done. Like, I've made, excuse me, headbands. I have made a beanie before, a slouch beanie. I made that for Savannah, which she subsequently lost. And I'm like, she goes, "Can you make me another one?" I'm like, "Do you know how long it took me to make that beanie?" Like, no, make it yourself. That's why she crochets. I'm happy to make them stuff, but if they don't look after it, I'm not making it again. Sometimes I only go to a 5 if I want it to be a little bit more softer, yeah, and a little bit more pliable. Is that what you mean? I think the squares I will be working on are about the size of that whole board. Yeah, see, that'd be great if I did one that. I mean, I could, but I haven't. And I've got to make 62, I think. It's only a little throw blanket. It's not like a full-on bed blanket or anything like that. I thought you meant pliable. That will look really nice. I think so too. That will look awesome in your library. It will. I was going to buy like this blanket material from Spotlight and just edge it with some crochet, but I actually like the idea of making this one. Yeah. Morning. Slept in for an extra hour. That is awesome. Finished a section of my diamond painting. Uncovered the next one. Awesome. I said on strike, but I think you overworked it. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yarn strike is when yarn is not working, right? Yeah, well, that's what I thought it was, but then I'm like, maybe not. Maybe it's got a different terminology. I'm very new to that sort of stuff. So yeah. Hello to Selena. Alrighty, we have talked a little bit longer than 15 minutes. So let me just restart this timer and go back to 45, and we're going to go to a sprint. I'm going to endeavor to get some more sashing on and all the rest of it. And let me bring, where's my timer one? There we go. All right, I will see you all in 45 minutes. Happy crafting, everybody. Okay, we are back. Sorry, I was just pinning everything. It's coming together. I've only got 3 more strips to rows to add on, so that will be awesome once it's done. I'm pretty happy with that. I started a new book. It looks like it's going to be a bit of an intense one. So yeah. But yeah, the quilt top should be together by the end of the sprints today. So and then I've got to make some little hearts. I've got to work out what size to make them for the cornerstones. And yeah, but it's looking good. I ended up mixing up the rows, but it doesn't really matter. Like, yeah, I've sort of got it. It's actually the top row that I've put on, which was supposed to be the bottom row, but it's not going to make a difference because there's no color near it. So that's the same. So it should be fine on that. But yeah, I am pretty happy with my progress. It's going to be pretty big because it's almost I think there's like 3 inches that I haven't used. So it must be about 83 or 84 inches wide, and it's going to be quite long as well. I don't know how long it's going to be, but yeah, but it's going to look good on my king size bed, so I'm pretty happy with that. I'll take pictures and share it over in Discord and on Instagram and all the things after I've done all the things that I need to do to it to get it done. And then I've got all the scraps left over that I'm going to turn into a confetti quilt as well, so that I'm just going to play with, do different sizings, all that sort of stuff, and hopefully it'll be big enough to be the backing. If not, it'll just be a quilt. So we'll see where we end up with that. I am getting a little bit hungry. You must be getting close to lunchtime. Yes, it is. So I've got 2 more strips here to sew on. So yeah, almost done. Should finish it in the next one. So yeah, I really like the fabric too. It's really pretty. Once I've got it all finished, I'll stand back and show you what it looks like and whatnot. All right, let me see where we were up to. Selena dropped in, and I think this is where we're up to. Finished a row during that chatty bit. Awesome. Hello, Carissa. How are you? Thank you for joining. Super late, but able to get my internet. Was able to get my internet back. Yeah, internet, it's just a painful experience at times, isn't it? I finished all of the ones on my diamond painting and now working on editing my video. Nice. Tanya also joined during that sprint as well. We're having a fabulous day. I'm a little bit tired. Excuse me. I am probably going to have a nap this afternoon after sprints because I am pretty tired. And I have to find a new spot for my cat to sleep because her deciding to play with me at 4 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning is not great. Red 10%, nice. Got to row 8 of 10, excellent. Nice progress there. Jean manually added missing phone numbers to my phone. New phones are a pain in the backside. They are very, very, very much so. I hate, like, for the most part, all my numbers transfer over with the smart app, but sometimes I get a couple that don't, but I just double check and just see if I really need those numbers. But yeah, as long as because sometimes I've just got junk numbers in my phone, for like people have moved, they no longer have that phone, whatever the case may be. But yeah, so it's a good opportunity to clear out as well. Selena did some more diamond painting. Nice. Don't forget also, if you're in Dusty's Discord, which is my booktube one, we do have a crafty corner there. I stabbed myself with a pin and it lifted my skin up. We do have a Discord there, so anything that you've worked on, you can share it there. And because I would love to see what you've worked on. It's always nice to see different things that people work on. I just moved my leg onto my jacket and felt something stab me. When I was putting the pins in here, a couple came out while I was sewing, and one of them disappeared. I found it was in my pocket. And it just stabbed me in the leg. Oh, I'm like, there it is. I just found it. Hello to Christina. Working on a test knit. Nice. You do test knitting? That's awesome. Hello to, how is uni going, Selena? Are we doing any today? Well, you were diamond painting, so I'm assuming not. Everybody's saying hello. Nana naps are the best. I'll probably have a 2-hour sleep because I do have a Patreon live stream tonight at 6 o'clock. They only go for a little while though. I'll be working on a whip, and I don't know what I'm going to work on right now. I'm thinking that I'm actually going to work on my row by row, and yeah, so I'll probably stick around for about an hour because I was doing tutorials, but I'm trying to limit the amount of stuff that I start to get some of the whips out of the way. And so I made an announcement saying that the live streams will be an opportunity to come and ask questions and all that sort of stuff. But I will be working my whips, so I encourage people to bring their whips. So we spend an hour, but I'm working on things that they see in Patreon as videos. So week before, I worked on a wool felt rambles, which was it's exactly what it is. It's a wool felt project. It's quite a big one. So I did some cutting out while talking and just explaining what was happening and stuff. That was a bit of an update video live stream that I did because I had been MIA for a little while and just explaining some of the changes and stuff like that to them. And so this time I'm actually going to work on the row by row, which is a block of the month that I did. Well, it was actually a block of the fortnight that I did, and a couple of years ago. So I'm hoping to get that all finished. So I'll probably do that during that stream and then get the borders on, and then that's ready for quilting and whatnot, which will be a couple of weeks down the track. I think most of the quilts that I have here will be done by August. So I'm actually now putting my quilts into the queue. So I will have a couple of and then I'll alternate. So I'll do someone else's quilt, do one of mine, do someone else. And mine I'm just doing really quickly because I just want to get them done. I'm not spending a lot of time on them and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. How's uni going? Maybe a bit later. I have to do some coursework. Nice. We've got a nice rainy day here, although the clouds have seemed to have parted a little bit. So it's been raining for most of the morning, which has been good. So it makes it great for a cozy day of reading or sleeping or crafting and whatnot. So I did have to rip it out because I didn't have the right amount of stitches. I'm super bummed because it was looking so good. Oh no. Is it just the kitten that's keeping? Yeah, she on my Tuesday, well, my early Wednesday morning, she come in and jumped on the bed while I was deep in sleep, like I was dreaming. That's how deep sleep I was. And she jumped on me and gave me a jump start. So I was awake for a couple of hours. And then this morning at 4 o'clock, she decided that it was a great time to start playing with my hand. But when I say playing with my hand, biting my hand. I must have hit her pretty hard because I could hear her go at the door. I'm like, oops, hey. And then came back and then started attacking my feet. And I'm like, right, that's it. You're out. So, because I don't sleep with my door closed, so I put her into the kitchen. I'm like, you can stay in there. So yeah, just yeah. And I don't like to leave her in there, like lock her in there, because then she's like, yeah, she's there on her own and whatnot. So I was trying to, be nice. But if you're going to wake me up, I'm not going to be nice. You can go and, but she's also got to learn as well. I didn't mean to hit her though. Just, it was automatic in my sleep. She's touched my hand and bit my hand, and I've gone poof like that, and she's gone poof. Off she went. I'm surprised she didn't hit the wall, especially on the first one when she done it. Like that was a jump start and a half. Like I jumped out of my sleep and like sat up, and yeah. So anyway, but overall, it's going well for uni. Awesome. Excuse me. I need a drink. That's what I need. I am almost on to the final row of the hat. Nice. I read 7 chapters in The Phoenix and the Firebird by Alex Kasakoff. My newest NetGalley arc from yesterday. Very good middle grade fantasy so far. Nice. That's what we like to hear. Some good middle grade fantasy. I always look at them but never apply for them because I don't know. I just don't know why I don't. I should apply for a few more because I'm, Mia's getting to that age now where, she's going to be wanting book recommendations and all that sort of stuff. And she loves Amari, like absolutely loves fantasy stuff. So I figured after, because we've got the third of we're halfway through the second one, so we only listen to it when we're together. We're halfway through the second one, and I think the third one comes out at the end of August, so I'll get that one for her. And then once we finish that, I think we'll move on to Harry Potter for her. That's going to take a month of Sundays because I don't see her that often, so we only do it when we're in the car. She does, and at bedtime, we started listening to Amari and reading along. So, yeah. All right, we have got to the end of the comments, so I'm going to reset the timer. Not to 15 minutes. We're going to do 45. So we're going to do another sprint, and hopefully I can get this quilt done. So we will keep going until the quilt top is done. So we may this may be the actually. What else do I have to do? I think I think that's all I've got. So this may be our last sprint. We'll see how we go. I might actually start on the borders and see, like I'll work out the sizing and all that sort of stuff. So we'll see how we go. All right, let me bring up the timer to 45 minutes. We'll see you in that time. So happy knitting, crocheting, whatever it is that you're crafting, and I'll see you soon. Bye. Right, we are back, and I finished with a minute to spare. So I managed to get the quilt done. So let me just hold it up so you can see what it looks like. I still have to put borders on it. So there'll be a little heart in the corner here. So I've just got to make them. But it'll have probably a 6-inch border on it. So there'll be more white fabric to go. I've got to trim it up and all that sort of stuff. But you can see there that it's just got, let me not knock everything over, but yeah, so we've got a pinwheel in the corner because I didn't have enough fabric to do a heart, but I've got enough fabric to do smaller hearts. So it'll be in each corner, it'll be a heart, the pinwheel, and then a little heart up here, and then it'll just have a white border. And I'm going to use a variegated thread which has these rainbow colors in it to do a heart in heart quilt pattern on it. So a lot of this negative space will end up have quilting on it. So yeah, you can see there that they're all sort of floating. So they all match up, and we've just got it alternating. So you can see that. There we go. And it's about 85 inches wide. And then right down to the end. So now I just have to do some math and whatnot and work out what size the border is going to be. I'm thinking about probably a 6-inch border. And then that way I can get that border on. So I don't know whether I'll get that on today, but I will endeavor to design up the hearts and all the rest of it. So that is that. So all right, how did everybody else go? I've got now fluff all over me. I'll have to get the swisher out and get rid of all the threads and everything off me. I was picking the threads off as I went, but I just it was taking too long. So I just thought, you know what, I just need to get this quilt top done. And then, yeah, I'm going to take it outside and take a photo at this point, and then I'll take more photos once I've done the border. I don't know if I'm going to get the border done today, though. So, yeah, we'll see how we go. I've just got to work out what size. I've got to get the fabric out. I only have to make 4, so it's not going to take me long to do that. Yeah. I just have to work out what size they're going to be. I mean, it doesn't matter if they're not 6.5. I'll make up some hearts. I'll see what I've got, see what size I can do. And then, yeah, go from there. Because those hearts right now are 9.5 inches. So if I go 6.5, I think that will be a good size. So, yeah. I have to work out the math and all the rest of it. So I'm going to do that in the next sprint. So we will have one more sprint, but it'll just be me working out the sizes and all that sort of stuff. So not very exciting stuff. It's pretty easy to work out. I've just got to remember what the math equation was. That's all. And I'll go and check it out. So, because they were 10 inches wide and I cut them in half, and that brought it down to 9.5. So if I cut them at, I think if I cut them, yeah, I'll work that out. I'm pretty sure if I cut them at 7 inches, that'll bring it down to the width, and then I can do the height and all that sort of stuff. So that's what I need to cut, and I'm pretty sure I've got enough fabric there. It will just depend if I can actually get a 7-inch square out of it. So or maybe I might go an 8-inch square, and then that'll bring it down. See how we go, what size we end up with. I'll just see what I've got there first and make a decision from there. All right, let's have a look how your went in that sprint. And I think the 40, normally we do an hour over on the booktube, but I think for the crafting, 45 minutes is good, because at the 45-minute mark, my back starts to feel a little bit sore. I mean, I'm not sitting in the best chair either, but this is just where all my computer and stuff is. So I think the 45-minute is a good time frame that I'm getting a fair bit done. I mean, considering, what's that, 45, an hour and a half, nearly 2 hours, a little bit over 2 hours, I've managed to get a quilt top together. So I think that that's good. Plus we're talking as well. So I think that's a good thing to have. So Jamie was saying I kept a bad kitty spray bottle next to me for a while when I had kittens who liked playing rough with my sleeping person. So I could spray them when they tried it. Yeah, that's a good idea. I need to get something. Vanessa has gone off to bed. Thanks for the sprints. Thanks for coming over, Vanessa. I really do appreciate it. Tennille is also here, joined during that sprint. Hello. Sleep sweet, Vanessa. And it's the first time on a crafty sprint. So yeah, it's pretty much the same as booktube one, except we do craft instead, and my camera stays on the whole time and it stays large, so we have the timer a little bit smaller, and that way you can, if you want to just sit there and stare at the TV, you can actually see me doing something and how it all comes together. So good night to Vanessa. Oh my god, either someone hit a skunk or my dog tried to make a new friend. It's not nice at all, and my nose hurts. Ew, that's gross. So gross. Thank you. It was just a heap of fabric that I had left over, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to make a heart quilt. It started out for Mia, but it's so big, it's not going to fit on her single bed. So I just thought, you know what, it'll be a nice spring-like Valentine's, maybe a February quilt that I can use, because I don't actually have a heart quilt, so I thought that that would be a good thing to have. So yeah, and it's pretty colors in it as well, which is good. I can't wait to get it quilted though. It's gonna take me a month of Sundays. Thank you, Susan, I appreciate that. It's really pretty. Thank you. Can't wait to see when it's finished. Yeah. Like, considering how big this is and how much leftover fabric I've got, I don't think I'm going to end up having this as a double-sided one, because it'll be just way too much negative space. So I'm thinking that I might end up making a single bed one, and then that way Mia can have it on her bed. So yeah, I don't know. I'll play around with sizes and all that sort of stuff. Well, I know that I've got 32 pinwheels. Is that right? Yeah, 32 pinwheels. No, not 32 pinwheels. I've got 18 pinwheels that are 8.5 inches in size. And I've got 2 hearts that are 9.5 inches. And then I'm going to have a bunch of little ones. So I might be able to get some stuff out. And I do have a little bit of fabric left that are out of the hearts that I'm going to cut. So I might be able to do a couple. I don't know. I'll make all the blocks, and then I'll just go from there and work it out. Because there's going to be it'll end up being like a strip quilt, because I'm going to make it all random with all the scraps. So it's going to end up being a strip quilt. So there's going to be different size strips. So I've got to work out where everything's going to go. So I guess I can make it as big as I want. And if I use, yeah, I'll see how I go, because that's a big ass quilt. It's a huge quilt. Do you do the quilting by machine once yes, I do. I don't know whether you'll be able to see, but I will, if you stick around on the craft channel, you will eventually see my long arm machine. I have a big machine that a big quilt like this goes on, so I don't have to struggle with it. It was part of the condition that if I quit my job and come home, my husband had to buy it for me. It was the only way I was going to quit my job. So I essentially blackmailed the quilt machine out of him. But he was happy for that, because it meant that I was going to pay less in daycare fees. I was going to be home for the kids, and that's what he wanted. So, I mean, he would have preferred to be the one to stay home and look after kids. I just couldn't earn as much money to pay off the mortgage and all that sort of stuff, which we're still paying off, that what he could earn more money than me. So because of what he does, meant that he had an opportunity to get more money than I. So yeah, that's why I ended up being at home. Yeah, I would say it's a queen size. I will know more once I finish up here today. I'll go and lay it over my bed. But the way where it stands right now, I would say it's a queen size. It's actually going to probably be a bit closer to a king size here in Australia, because that's 80. And then I'm going to put another 12 inches on it. So yeah, it's closer to a king size, because by the time I'm finished, it's probably going to be around 100 inches wide. And that again. So yeah, it's going to be huge. I got part of the way into chapter 11 in my arc and heated up microwave dinner. I have about half a row to finish the hat, which will be for a charity, most likely. Nice. Still working on a section of diamond painting. If it wasn't a gift, I would not have started with a 50 by 40 inch. Well, hopefully we can help you each week to get through it. So, yeah. It is like I started off with a real tiny little one and really liked it. And then my next size was a 30 by 40. And I really like doing the bigger ones because I'm not going through them as quick. I think the smallest ones I have are a 30 centimeter by 30 centimeter, but they're small ones for the kitchen. They're coffee related ones. So that's the only reason I've got them. So I would have preferred to have bigger ones, but yeah. I get to start some increase to my test knits soon. Nice. What are you making exactly? Did you say was a jumper or something like that? Can you divulge that information or not? Because I know sometimes with test pieces you're not allowed to say anything, so don't say anything if you're not allowed to. Hello to Tennille. I might get an external webcam so people can get to see me do diamond painting on my reading sprints. There you go. That's what I've got. So on my computer doesn't actually have one. So yeah. You don't have a DSLR, because I was going to say your digital camera, but it's on DSLR, so it can't be a webcam. So yeah. I have crochet projects to work on, but my hand is injured currently. Hopefully I can get back to it soonish, maybe in June. Well, that'd be awesome if you can get back to it, because I think we're all going to need, if we're all participating in Amazing Readathon, we're all going to need these Thursday sprints just to debrief a bit. It's going to be a bit full on. Hello, Christina. My eyes are watering, but I'm almost finished with square. Hubby is home and checking the situation out. Oh, that must be so god awful. Ew. I'm sorry that's happening. I got part of a chapter done in Harry Potter and Half-Blood Prince, and it is a vest that Carissa is working on. Nice. And who are you testing for? Look at me with all the questions, slowly getting all the information. And is it a beginner, intermediate, advanced level? Yeah, let us know give us the deets on all the things, because we've got a lot of crochet and knitters and all that sort of stuff here. So we might be able to go and check someone new out. That'd be nice. It's actually nearly done. I've been slowly working on it since Christmas, but I find it hard to find time. So a little time dedicated to this is perfect. Excellent. I'm glad I could help. That's why I started doing these. So yeah. Yeah. Hubby does not think it's the dog, so hopefully it will go away, but we are about 20 feet away from the highway, and someone must have hit it right out front of our house. Oh, yuck. I don't even know what it smells like, but I've seen live reactions to it, so it must be pretty bad, because I've never seen a skunk in real life, and I don't choose to either. Because it sounds gross. I think you'll enjoy the Phoenix and the Firebird, Nicole. It comes out in August 2024 in the US, and I just requested a few days ago if you use the US NetGalley. I do. So what is it called? The Phoenix and the Firebird. Let me just have a look. I've got it open. Are you surprised? The Phoenix. Sorry if I'm typing in your ear. I do apologize for that. Who's the publisher? Historical fiction, middle grade sci-fi fantasy. Sign me up. I've not read too much historical fiction YA, but the ones that I have read have been really interesting and I've really enjoyed it. So let me just book title. Who's the author? Oh yeah, Alexis Christoph. The cover is phenomenal. Oh, I read this last night. I did look at this last night. Why didn't I? Okay, well, look at me adding another ebook on. It's only 220 pages too. That's not going to take long. Wow, that's pretty cool. All right, thanks for that, Jamie. Excellent. I have tried crochet and I struggle so bad. Yeah, so do I. I have to like really dedicate time to it, and I'm thinking that I'm going to dedicate time on the weekends, like on a Saturday evening or something like that, because on a couple of times a month I do have a Saturday morning stream for my Patreon on BookTube, because we have the Naughty and Nice Book Club live show, and also the sprints for that for when we started up, so which is happening next weekend. Don't forget, Neva, if you're watching, you need to schedule that and send me the link. So yeah, I'll remind you during the week anyway, but yeah, and let your Patreons know as well. So yeah, because I've put the calendar up and everything over on Dusty's Friend Zone Patreon, so that's all good. That's all over there. When I first started knitting, because I had a crochet for long, I tried crocheting with needles. It's basically what people were telling me I was doing. There is Tunisian crochet. It looks like knitting. So yeah, I've wanted to try that. I actually seen it the other day. I think it's because on my TBR cart, I've got one shelf that is in the bedroom that's got all my classics on it, and a couple of rereads on there. And so that's beside the bed. So anytime I want to pick something up, I'll pick it up. But on the other shelves, I've got like knitting and crochet supplies. So yeah, so I want to try that because it actually looks like it's knitted, but it's actually crochet. It's called Tunisian or Tunisian. Tunisian is what I was told when I first started by an older lady. So I don't know whether she pronounced it wrong or not, but yeah, that's where we're at with that. So that's interesting. Very interesting. It's going off in Amazing Readathon chat today. Like, I don't know what's going on over there, but yeah, it's every time Amazing Readathon. Oh, look, Dusty Book Sniffers. Amazing Readathon. Like, it's just all Amazing Readathon. And it's, yeah, it's going off. Oh, dear me. Yes, I am I missed one. Okay. The creator's name is Julie, and I would say that it's an advanced beginner pattern. Nice. Cool. Yes, I'm filming tomorrow. It will go up on Friday. Cool. I will be talking more about it in an upcoming video. I will keep an eye on it. That is awesome. Check it all out. My grandma crochets, so I'm going to try and get her to teach me. I have been using, like, I don't have any grandparents that can teach me. They were, and they're not around anymore anyway, but they were knitters as opposed to crocheters. So I have just pretty much taught myself. There was a lady here in town many years ago, and her husband got really sick, and he's passed away now, but she's not teaching anymore. She was getting taught by Jenny King. Is an Australian designer here for crochet. She's got some beautiful stuff, and she's got some really simplistic patterns, but look really, really nice. And look, and they're quite easy to do, I've been told. And she was teaching myself and my girls how to crochet, and she would come here once a week and do it with us in the afternoon after school. And I personally struggle with the English terminology, because I have learned predominantly prior to that, when I first learned, I learnt American terminology. So I sometimes struggle with it, and I actually have to have something beside me when I'm doing it. So, but yeah, I'd like to get into more of Australian and English design so I can learn the terminology a bit better. And I've just used YouTube videos. And the best thing about YouTube videos is you can slow them down. Yes, it sounds like they're talking underwater and whatnot, but for the most part, you can just turn the volume down and like listen to it normally, take notes on what the different stitches are and timestamp it, and then slow it right down and see what their hand movement is. It works really well. I've set these sprints as crochet time for me. Nice. And I have an in-person crochet knit group twice a month. So I have crochet on my schedule every week. That is awesome. I'm so glad that you're liking to do these and you're going to be joining each week. That is absolutely amazing. When I knit, I do it like a crochet here as well. My needles are at weird angles. But I get the job done. I don't know if I've ever paid attention. I'll have to knit one day and you can all tell me if I knit like a crochet person. It's so weird. Like I don't do it, but I can read patterns and I can teach people how to read patterns. I don't know what the hell that is, but I don't do it. Like it's so weird. Like, no one's ever met anybody that does that. Like even the lady that was teaching me how to crochet, she goes, I've never met a person that actually can read a pattern but yet does not know how to do it themselves, like to put it into practice. I don't know, I'm just gonna read patterns. I guess like being around my grandmothers and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I learned how to crochet from my aunt, and then I learned how to knit when I was a girl at Scouts. I think that's where I first came across knitting, and then I got my grandmother to show me how to do it because she was also showing my mother at the same time because my mother is not a crafter. My grandmother on my mum's side was a seamstress, so she made clothing and all that sort of stuff. I'm the first quilter that I'm aware of in my family. I guess if I go back far enough in the history on the Scottish side, there might be some quilters there, but as far as anybody knows, I'm the first quilter. I've been estranged from my parents since I was in my early 30s, like 31, 32. I haven't spoken to them. I'm now 54. I haven't spoken and uttered a word except for a couple of text messages a couple of years ago. But the funny thing was, a friend of the family, my mum has never crafted. I think she's made one. She learned how to knit around the same time I did, and I think she made one jumper, and that was about it, and maybe a blanket. Then she learned how to crochet and made a blanket for a friend for a baby, and then that's it. That's as far as I know. So I don't know what she's done in the last 20 odd years, but the funny thing was, a friend of the family rang me to see how I was, all this sort of stuff, and then I found out that my mother, at the same time that I started working in a craft store, she also started working in a craft store in her hometown. And I'm like, that is just so weird. So weird. On that, but we still don't talk. So very toxic people. Tried Tunisian crochet. I like it, but I prefer the ones done with medium length hooks instead of the super long ones because they get so heavy. There you go. Tunisian crochet is fun. A long hook, even a cable hook. Okay. I think it's also called Afghan crochet in older patterns, and I think you might be correct actually, because I actually had some really old crochet books here many years ago. I've since got rid of them because they were damaged and in a mouse plague, so I got rid of them. But I'm pretty sure I remember seeing Afghan crochet. I'm not 100% sure, but that does ring a bell. The Crochet Crowd does great videos. I definitely agree with that. Saluna, if you're looking for some great videos. And just remember, you can slow them down, which is really good. My grandma did knit and crochet, and tried to teach me, but I have no thumbs, so it would I ended up teaching myself. That's fair. That's fair. And that would present a problem for people teaching and stuff like that, and also a very hard lesson as well for you to learn watching someone and trying to get the hang of it. It would be quite tricky. I prefer crochet because it's a lot easier, but I love the look of something after I've finished knitting. Yeah, I for me, I think I gravitate towards crochet because it's fast. It seems faster. So yeah. I get stuck on what a hole you should go into. Yeah, well, the Crochet Crowder has a lot of good close-up stuff as well. And it's going to take a while to find someone that you gel with as well. So I have gone through God knows how many videos where I listen to the person talk and I just can't stand listening to them talk after a while. So it takes a little while to find, and that's what I do. And you start to pick up on the terminology as well, because you'll get on, like anybody that is British, if they've got a British accent, they're using the same terminology that we use here in Australia because we use the UK terminology. If they've got an American accent, like check where the channel is. And I'm pretty sure European also use the UK terminology as well, but they sometimes mix. You might get a mixture, but check where the channel is published, so where they've set it as the country of origin, because the American and the UK terminology is different. So yeah, let me just grab this book because UK Australian, okay, we use double crochet, which is actually the US single crochet. UK treble is a double crochet. A half treble is a half double crochet. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. A double treble is a treble in the US, and a triple treble, and I'm pretty sure that that's what it's called. A triple treble, which is a TTR, is a double treble. Miss is a skip over. Tension is gauge. So we use completely different stuff to it. So that's where this book is a UK book, and it has it in the front. So let me just hold that up for you. You can see the terminology there. I'm going to focus. So take a screenshot of that, and that is what the difference, UK and US. And we here in Australia, our patterns, any patterns we buy here in Australia are in UK terminology. And then there's Peyton's has got really good books. Like I got this not too long ago. I don't know when it was published, but I got it maybe 2 years ago, I think. But Peyton's really clear and concise pictures and stuff in this as well, to give you an idea. So you can always get a book like this and then have it beside you while you're watching YouTube and whatnot. So if you're going to do in Australian and UK terminology, then you want to look for channels that are in the UK or here in Australia, because you guarantee that they are going to use that. And I'm pretty sure the Crochet Crowd use American terminology for the most part. So yeah. Yes, that is correct. But with the advent of YouTube, a lot, because I got confused when I first started, and I was listening to it, and I'm like, hang on, that's not right, because I was getting taught something different from the lady, and then they were saying something different again. I'm like, that's not right. So yeah, and that's when I found out that there was two. The Crochet Crowd is good, and weirdly lives super close to where I am. It's such a small world. There you go. I've taught quite a few people to crochet. I met this Indian lady in the park during the pandemic and basically taught her. Nice. I actually think my mum learnt off a lady from the Philippines when she worked, and I remember seeing her, like she brought in, this is when I was still talking to my mum, so when my son was like 6 or 7 months old, and he's now like 31. And she brought all her stuff in, and her lace work and all this stuff that she done, like, was all like with crochet stitches and stuff like that. She didn't do the bobbin one. She actually crocheted all her doilies and stuff like that. Her work was impeccable. So Mum like learnt from someone who was really good at it. My mum, however, was not really good at it. I mean, it was nice. I was judging her harshly. It usually does not matter what hole you go in as long as you are consistent. Yeah. I think, like, for a lot of people when they first start crocheting, and this has been my experience with people that have, like, I've been in class with and stuff like that, when they do their foundation chain and then they come back around, they either forget to put the extra one in to turn or whatever they need to do to turn, and then they're not entirely sure where to go into the chain, like what's the best part. Crafty Gemini, Vanessa from Crafty Gemini, I don't know if they're still on her channel, but she actually had some really good close-up shots of where you go into that foundation chain and whatnot. So that might be someone to go and have a look at as well. That she was someone that I was watching there for a little while as well with the crochet stuff. I watch all her videos because, like, I fangirl over Crafty Gemini. I was in a quilt club that many years ago, yeah, so she was also my inspiration for doing YouTube as well. Unless you are doing a front or back post stitch. Yeah. So that's a different stitch. And that's where that book is going to come in handy, because that has a lot of stitches in it and it gives you an idea. It's raining again. We had one little patch of blue and it's raining again. So yeah. Learned to crochet at age 9. A family learned advanced things from books. I prefer making Afghans though. I normally make a few a year and I've lost track how many now. That's awesome. And it's so relaxing because it gives you something to do with your hands as well. Hey, Liz, how are you going? I'm not sure if the Icelandic crocheter Tina, I say that last name, has been mentioned, but she has excellent tutorials for mosaic crochet. Nice. Awesome. I might style that because I can go and check her out in the next sprint. After a while of practicing crochet, you learn to read your stitches so you can see where the hook goes in. Yeah. If you use a M or an N hook and bulky yarn to practice, you can really see the stitches. Yeah. That's like with anything big and chunky, you're going to see it a little bit more easier. It's coming up now. He does do those. It's about an hour west of me, so I haven't made the trek yet. I've learned a lot of new stitches and or methods on YouTube. Yeah, YouTube is a wonderful resource. I miss Peyton's yarn being available everywhere. Is it not available everywhere? Oh, I thought it was. You're right, crochet crowd is American terminology, but sometimes they waver into the UK. I mean, it's the same stitch. You just got to get the UK, like the. So if you start in an American pattern, you stick with an American because otherwise you'll confuse yourself. It won't work out. It'll look interesting. Maybe not what you were going for, but it'll look interesting. I did not know you had a son. I thought you just had girls. I do have a son. I have a 30. He was born in 93, so he's 31. He turned 31 this year. We do not have anything to do with each other because, one, my parents got involved. Two, he had severe mental illness with violent tendencies, and I signed away my parental rights to him and got him the help that he needs, and that made him a very angry individual. And so when he got out of the system, we got in contact, and he got in contact with me, which was fine. I had tried to get in contact with him, and basically everything was sort of fine. He was very angry. I explained the situation and all that sort of stuff, and he was accepting of that. He's still in contact with his foster family. And basically, yeah, his mental illness just makes it very hard. And when all that went down, I was not equipped to deal with him. I had just come out of a domestic violent relationship, and I was broken myself, and two broken people from that did not make a whole person. So I had to make the decision, and that's part of the reason that I don't have anything to do with my parents, because they were part of the reason that I ended up in that situation. And I'm not blaming them. I made my own choices. I have my own free will. But I went from a domestic child abuse to a domestic abuse, subsequently having a child. And yeah, it just was a very, very messy situation. But I had to make a decision because he was being quite nasty to my daughter and all that sort of stuff. And basically I had to make a decision. It was for the greater good of the family, and that's what I've done. And then a couple of years ago, he decided that he never wanted to speak to me again, and I had to make peace with that. And the decisions that I made were the right decisions. He got the help that he needed because I could not get him the help here in Queensland. So I signed him into the system in New South Wales because I could get the help that I needed there. And so he got help that he needed to be somewhat human and not so violent and all that sort of stuff, because he was not a very nice person at all. And which was also not making me into a very nice person either, which then subsequently would have made my daughters into not nice people. So I had to do what I needed to do, and my family never forgave me for that, which is fine. That's their choice. They have their own free will. And to be honest, his life was a lot better. My life was a lot better. And my girl's life was a lot better. So sometimes you have to make sacrifices, and not everybody understands the sacrifices that I made. But I'm okay with them because they were the right choice for everybody concerned. And yeah, and my parents and my family, my entire family, have never forgiven me for that. I'll give my mum one thing though. She said she'd never speak to me again if I gave him up, and she's never spoken to me again. So that's fine. And while it all seems harsh and all that sort of stuff, and it seems like I can detach myself from the situation because it was a very emotional at the time. It was a very emotional thing. And you know what? He doesn't have to like me on that. Just because I brought him into the world, it doesn't mean he has to like me. And yeah, so basically it was fine. Like, he made that choice. That he doesn't want to have anything to do with me. I made the same choice with my parents, and I'm not going to hold that against him. I'm not going to force someone to be in my life just because I gave birth to them. And all my kids have been told this. You know, you're fine. If you want to go off into the big wide world and you want to shut me out, well, yes, I don't, because I don't understand why, but it is ultimately your choice. Because you can't be, if you find me toxic for whatever reason, that you don't need to be around me if I'm toxic to you, you know, like, and I might not know that I'm being toxic or whatever. And that, so yeah, but luckily for me, my girls love me and they want to be around me and all that sort of stuff. And so, yeah, and he's got 5 kids that I've never met. His eldest daughter actually has a quilt made by me. His son's quilt is still sitting here because he won't give me the address to send it to. And so, yeah, it is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. He's having a great life. He's living his best life. I'm living my best life. He doesn't actually have anything to do with my parents anymore because he realizes that they are toxic. So, yeah, and he sort of understands why I am able to detach and all that sort of stuff, but he also gets very cranky that I put him into the welfare system. Not that anything happened to him. He ended up with an amazing couple, older couple, an ex-police officer, and they did amazing things for him. But he's just never forgiven me because that's one of his issues. He doesn't know how to let things go, and that's fine. So yeah, it is what it is. So yeah. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, I've got pictures of him around and all that sort of stuff. He's been here. He hasn't met the younger girls. He talks to his older sister, his younger sister, every now and again, and he also has an older sister, which is my stepdaughter, and he talks to her occasionally as well. So, but he sort of detached himself from everybody, but it is also part of his mental illness and stuff like that. So yeah, and I had to make a decision because he's disorders that he has are to do with authority. He has violent tendencies, and he has violent tendencies towards females, and has done since he was a baby. That like it would be nothing for him to just start slapping me on that, and it wasn't because he had seen it or anything like that. It was just what he did, which I think he got from his dad. So yeah, but yeah. It is what it is, as they say. So, yeah, there you go. Anyway, that took a turn. Also, teach crochet a lot. I'm possibly teaching workshop with our in-person group on how to read crochet diagrams Sunday. Nice. It's okay. There's no need to be sorry. This is all stuff that happened 20-odd years ago, a long time ago. So, yeah. Peyton's isn't available in Canada. A lot of local mills were producing have closed and rebranded. Well, there you go. Did not know that. Thank you. I appreciate it. I have a friend in the same situation with her son. It's hard, but all you need to do is have the healthiest decisions for everybody's health involved. Like when I signed him over, my eldest daughter hadn't spoken, and she was almost 3 because she was scared to. On that, so yeah, and I was turning into a not nice person because so I didn't like that person who I was turning into, so I had to do something about it. Thank you, Selena. I appreciate your kind words as well. Thank you, Jane. I appreciate it. Families can be so messy. Ooh, yeah. Ours has some history that would make a women's prize level trauma novel or two if we only had the talent to write a semi-autobiographical novels. Oh, I would not, you know what? I would not want to give the cockroaches in my family any airtime at all. Any airtime at all. And I say that with much love. Not that most famous authors of lit fiction get rich, so maybe we need to work on turning our stories into more lucrative fiction. Yeah, I like these days. Like I just think my mum's only 16 years older than me, so what's that? That means that she's 70 this year, and my uncle is 61, 62. So yeah, I am very close in age to my mum and my uncles, and even my dad. Like my dad's only 20 years older than me, so I'm relatively close in age to them. And I sit here and just shake my head at the things that I hear sometimes. Like my eldest daughter actually still talks to my son, and she tells me things and all the rest of it. And this year I just said to her, you know what? I need to set a boundary with you. And like my eldest daughter and I have had some issues of her personal choices and stuff. But I just said to her, you know what? I need you to stop talking about him because I don't want to hear it. He made his choice and I don't need to hear what choices he's making. And she's respected my wishes so far, which has been really good. So yeah. Lucrative fiction. I know that if my life were a book, it would be at least one person to read it. Chris, yep, same. Turn them into steamy romances, and that they seem to do well with more trauma and all the rest of it. Yeah. Oh dear me. I mean, I wouldn't be the person I am today, and I wouldn't be as understanding of people and their little nuances if I hadn't have gone through the things that I've gone through. So as most people like freak out when I say this, I would not change a single thing in my life. Not a single thing. Maybe a couple of dudes that I dated that were just a waste of space, but even still, I wouldn't change anything. from my life, because it's made me into the person that I am today. A very resilient person as well. Like, give it your best shot. I do get upset about things though. Like, there are things that will like make me upset, and close friends of mine have been through a few things, and all that sort of stuff with me. But for the most part, I just like, whatever. You do you. Just leave me out of it. So yeah. Anyway, on that note, I feel like going through the hard times, you can look back and you can learn from them. Very true, very true. And if you're not learning from them, then you've got a problem, my friend. You need to take a good look at it, look at what's going on around you, and make appropriate decisions and all that sort of stuff. All right, I think we're going to do a 30-minute sprint because we've got to the end of the comments, and we've talked a bit longer than I expected, but I think we'll change it to a 30-minute sprint because I'm just going to do math. I'm not actually going to be doing any sort of stuff, a sewing or anything like that in this one. I'm going to work out the hearts, work out what size. Yeah. And then we'll come back and we'll wrap things up for the day. So I was only going to be here for about 4 hours, but we just did like almost an hour of talking then. So yeah, so we'll do 30 minutes to come back and wrap up after this one. Exactly. I feel the same way. I am who I am, of what I've went through. Would have been better if I had not, possibly, but then who would I be? And yeah, would I have my kids? That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Like, yeah, we can all make different choices, but on that, lately I've been watching these videos. They've been popping up. I don't know why, but they've been popping up. They must be in the algorithm, and they're people that have had like near-death experiences and stuff like that, and then they come back and they tell their stories. And one of the ones that I watched just recently basically said that we have already pre-picked the families we're going to be born into, the experiences that we're going to go through in life and all that, so our souls learn, and all that sort of stuff. And like, I like listening to all this sort of stuff, whether it's true or not, I don't know. I haven't had a near-death experience, and so I can't say definitively, but sometimes these messages that they have, that they bring back with them, and they say on the internet and all that sort of stuff, they have stuff in it. Like, you can learn from them and you can see things in a different way and stuff. So yeah. And I've always, like, if you believe in fate and all that sort of stuff, and I've always believed that, especially like deja vu and all that sort of stuff, you've been here before, you've experienced something before, or you have a huge connection with a particular place, all that sort of stuff. I believe in all that sort of, we have different levels of consciousness, I guess is what I'm trying to say, and all that sort of stuff. And so sometimes I watch these things and they do have valuable lessons in them on that. And I do believe that we come here to learn, and that we've been here before, because I believe in reincarnation. And I do believe that we keep coming back to learn the lessons that we learned, that we're learning them for a particular reason and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, anyway, I just hope I learn enough in this life so the next one is cruisy. I always say I want to come back as a man in the next one, but I'm going to be a better man than the men that are in this life that I'm living now, and teach them something, how to be nice. Not so, yeah. Anyway, but a cruisy life would be great. Absolutely wonderful. All right, let me bring up the timer, and we're going to do 30 minutes, and I will see you all in 30 minutes. Happy crafting, everyone. All right, we are back. That was our last sprint, so we're going to be wrapping up. How did everybody go? As you've seen, I figured out, made a mistake, had to cut some from the other fabrics. Yeah, there was that. So I have these hearts are going to be in the cornerstones. I'm actually going to do 8 because there was enough fabric here to do 8, which means it's up there. I'm going to have a heart in the center of the borders as well, down the side and across the top. So I'm utilizing just about all the fabric that I can. So I'm pretty happy with that. And so I've just put all these together. I'll probably just work on these again next week. Finish off that. I'll probably have something else to work on next week as well, because I'll be finished this. Essentially, I'll probably then work on the pinwheels and all the scraps and everything that's left in it. So yeah, I will take some pictures of pin's a bit dull. I will take some pictures of the quilt once it stops raining, and all that sort of stuff, the progress that I made today. I might have to drape it over my long arm machine or something like that so you can see what it looks like. But I will get some pictures of it and get that up at some stage and put that over in Discord and also in the Facebook group for those that are in the Facebook group. But yeah, so I have 8 little hearts to make, and everything. So yeah, they'll be a little bit smaller. I ended up cutting them at 8 inches, and then I cut one at 8 by 7. So I had to get another green, bit of green fabric out, and it's got more gold dots on it, but I don't think it's going to make much of a difference because overall it's just in the border. So yeah, so I've got them all ready to go. So we're slowly but surely getting through all of this fabric and all the scraps and whatnot. All right, how did everybody else go? Let's have a look. Where were we up to? Here. Hey, Sab, how are you? Thanks for joining. Appreciate you being here. It is all going well. We're just about to wrap up. We've been here for nearly 5 hours now, so we're just about to wrap up for this week, but we will be back again next week. I don't know what's wrong with Nerali, but she just brought the bin in. She never does that. That is so weird. So yeah, she's now leaving to work. Maybe someone knocked it over or something, because last week I went out there and the bin was knocked over. So who knows? But everything's going well. She's gone off to work now. Thanks for the sprints. It's time for bed. No worries. Finished off my section and had some leftover pizza for lunch. Ooh, that's maybe what I'm going to have. So I might make a homemade pizza, actually. I've got some chicken and stuff there. I might do that. That sounds good. Sit down and watch a bit of TV, have a nap, and then come back and stream again at 6 o'clock for Patreon. But that's only a short one, so I'll be finished in time. I am listening to a book. It is by, oh, I've forgotten who it's by. Someone, Rochelle B. Weinstein, it is by. It is Where We Fall. It is about a mother who has severe depression and has just booked herself into a we actually got several point of views. So we've got the mum's point of view, Abby. We've also got we've had one point of view from Lauren, who is her best friend and who was also dating her husband back in college. And we have her husband's point of view, and we have her teenage daughter's point of view. I'm not entirely sure what's going on at the moment because they're all just coming with their points of view. So we've got her husband is a coach, and he's having problems with one of his, obviously he's got problems with his wife and all that sort of stuff. They're trying to sort that out. She's just booked herself, tried to, like, she's gone into the bathroom and then they found her passed out and she had pills and blades with her, but she was not trying to top herself, she keeps saying. And, yeah, so basically we've got that. And then we've got how this teenage girl is responding to her first love and how she's responding to her mother. So I don't know where it's going to go. I've only been listening to it for like 40 minutes because I started listening to it in the last sprint, not the one just the one before that. So I've actually been listening to it a bit longer than that, an hour and a half, because it was only a 5 hour audiobook, but I'm not sure I'm gelling with it, to be honest. Like, I don't know. I don't even really know what it's about. It was obviously I've read this author before, so it's got pretty high ratings. So Abby is the one with the mental depression and mental health issues. So she should have it all. She's a mother. She's of a beautiful teenager. She's loved by her husband, who is a high school football coach. And all it took to achieve her charmed life was the greatest act of betrayal. So she must have slept with her best friend's boyfriend, and that's how they've ended up married. So I'm guessing, I'm going to do a little bit of guessing here. I'm guessing that her teenage daughter was the product of that betrayal, and now she's like, but yeah, she's had issues from when she's younger, and I feel like we're going to get that sort of stuff because now she's at the, I think it's like a sanitarium where she goes and there's doctors and everything there for her and whatnot. So it's supposed to be a really good place. So we will see where this goes. It sounds like a Chris book, actually. Just started row 7 of 10 on a new square. Nice. Oh, you were on fire, girl. Finished my hat. Almost finished the book as well. Nice. Finally got some diamond painting done. Nice. The 30 minutes did go fast, didn't it? It just flew by. I'm ready to be done with work. So am I. I'm not. How can I be? I'm doing crafting for work, like. But some days when I'm doing computer work and stuff, it's like, whew. It did go fast, very fast actually. I got approved for the Alan Clay by Adrian. That person. So once I download that, I'll have another sci-fi arc for next month. Awesome. Almost done. Almost done. Didn't get to the increase, but I did get to the point where I ripped it out. So you've redone all the stuff that you had frogged out, which is awesome. So you'll get much more done by next week. And I can't wait to see your video. Finished the curtains and they look amazing. That is awesome. That was going to be my next question. How did your curtains go? Because I remember a couple of weeks ago you were working on pleated curtains. So I'm glad they went well. And they look amazing. That's what we want when we make stuff. We definitely want it to be looking amazing. I've been doing the cross stitch that I showed you when you helped me pick out the fabric. Awesome. Your Mystic Linen fabric is a perfect color for the project. I am loving how it's looking. Awesome. You'll have to share some pictures over in the Facebook group, Liz. I'd love to see it. Yeah, so I'm glad that the colors worked out. The Mystic is a new color, and it's I swing between a pale and a dark one, and because it like no two pieces turn out the same when it comes to hand dyeing stuff, but I get pretty close. So thanks for hosting these, Nicole. So appreciate it. Have a beautiful, productive rest of your day. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a nap and some food because I'm hungry and whatnot. So yeah. I'm now an expert in sewing velvet and poly satin and getting hems straight. You, my friend, are a much better sewer than me because me and velvet do not get along. Satin, I'm okay with. Velvet, not so much. And I've got this beautiful dark champagne velvet to work with to make into a skirt, and I'm so scared. So scared. To see it. No, I have not seen the blanket yet because I don't go on to social media when I'm crafting. It's just a rule I have for myself. I try to, like, I see the notifications coming up and all that sort of stuff, but I try not to go on to just have that disconnect from it and all that sort of stuff. I'm just hoping that the smell left the bedroom so I could sleep tonight. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Thanks so much for another coffee and uni. Thanks so much. Time for coffee and uni, but this craft morning was much needed. Awesome. I think even as readers, we need to have that disconnect from reading as well. Like, even though I'm listening to a book and whatnot, it's not an overly complicated book and it's not rushing just cruising and having a nice morning. And I'm glad that everybody's enjoying that, because I'm enjoying doing it as well. I will have a restful day as well. Thanks for the sprints. I've only got it's just about 2 o'clock, so I've got 4 hours before I have to do the Patreon one, so I can have some food, chill out, maybe cut a nap for an hour, get up, splash some water on my face, come and do some more crafting. I have another quilt that I will actually get finished today, ready for quilting. So yeah, I had to make sure that the velvet grain was going in the same direction, and I used a walking foot, and it sewed very well. Awesome. That is really good to know. Okay, I don't know how to tag yet, but I could send it to you if that's easier. That's okay. Did you put it on Instagram, yeah? That I'm positive I follow you on Instagram. If not, I can find you anyway, because we've messaged each other. Okay, let me just have a look. Yep, there it is. Right there. Ta-da! Found it. Awesome. And I've liked it. Very nice. That is busy. Like that is an awesome pattern though. I love the red and green. Very Christmassy. Very Christmassy. Because I follow you, it came up. So oh my goodness. I just seen a thing. Professional pillow fighting. That'd be so fun. It'll be fun. I'll see you tomorrow for the next booktube sprints. Yes, I will be back tomorrow. It does look busy, and and if you are trying to do hems along curtains, a good tip from a pro to clamp the fabric at one end with clamps or buttings, and then measure and press and pin. Good to know. He loves Christmas. Excellent. That is very Christmassy. That one is ripple stitch or chevron. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. What's your IG? It is, it's just moved. It is Christina Simmons 74. And it has a Celtic triquetra, I think they call that. There you go, Selena. Look up. Is it going to focus? No, it's not going to focus. It'll focus. You can see it in the middle part. I found it. Good stuff. There you go. But that is the ripple stitch or chevron. Yeah. That's pretty cool. I like it. It's very, very Christmassy. Yes, the triquetra. Well, I thought it was. My husband has them tattooed in an orb on his here. And he's got a big dragon that comes up around his neck and comes down to the tail wraps around his arm. And he's got the tail comes down his arm, I think it is, or around his neck. I can't remember. You know when you look at something all the time and you can't remember what it is? That's what his tattoos are. No, he's got tribal tattoos all the way up his leg as well, and he's got a big back piece that goes across, and then he's got the orbs here, and yeah, so wild tattoos. I have my own tattooed man. All right, we have got to, it's such a cool pattern. It is a cool pattern, eh? We've got to the end of the comments. So I'm going to bid you all farewell. Of some of you, I will see again tomorrow at 9 a.m. for bookish sprints, which will be going for quite some time. It'll be a big day, and that will be with Neva and Coda as well. As far as I'm aware, they are actually joining me. We'll be reading Green Rider. We'll be talking all things Harry Potter, no doubt, because Neva wasn't available last week. Yeah, so we'll have our live show and discussion, and we might even have some Harry Potter trivia and all that sort of stuff for sprints tomorrow. So just be aware that the first hour or so will be Harry Potter related. Then we'll get into Green Rider. Neva will be getting into Dark Tower with Christina. All the things will be happening over at Dusty Book Sniffers. If you haven't yet subscribed and you've been here today, come on over to Dusty Book Sniffers. Check me out. Have all things bookish content there as well. If you're a crafter and you're only going to stick with the crafting, I will see you all again next week. And for another crafting session, and hopefully we'll have some more people join us. But thank you so much for being here today. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already done so. Hit the like button, maybe share it with your friends, let them know about the productivity sprints. And as always, I will see you all in the next video. Bye for now.